Wow. How wow. The Yui has arrived home. The sneak has arrived on stream. Let's go. Well. Where were we? I think this is a good address. But hello everyone. How are you? How are? How be? I wonder where she is now. Oh right, I know where she is. I know where I need to go actually. I remembered. I remembered everyone. Here, right? Pets. Yay. The entrance to a nearly deserted, dimly lit park. Hey, look at that. The detective is back. Come here! Without knowing the situation, this scene would look pretty suspicious. I can't do anything from here, huh? Then where? There's also a sus scene. The pigeon guy decided to go somewhere else? Ah, there is something off about this, yes. Doesn't look like things are going to change much for a while. Okay, once again I'm trapped. I could check the basement, why not? I sense somebody's presence. Oh, hello. Tonight is probably the last chance. If he doesn't come, then... No, I think this silence is starting to get to me. This old man is apparently waiting for somebody. The only thing waiting for me is the end of my existence. Game audio dead? Oh. Where go? Yeah, I pressed the button to turn it back on. Should be, yes. Is it just me or is this too red? Oh no. Talk to him then. Hello, Justice Minister. How about you finally admit I do exist? Thank you, I expressed. That was meant for you. You're a ghost, aren't you? And you have the power to control and manipulate people, don't you? No, I don't have that kind of power. I can't control you. I've actually known you for quite a while now. But I had no idea. There were powers of the dead, of ghosts. None about what? We knew about the existence of somebody who could control others. A manipulator. What's this? That's why execution order caused me so much anguish, Detective Dowd. Mr. Minister, why did you just tell us everything you know? Yes, I suppose I should. You need to hear it all about the huge mistake this foolish man made. Ow! The lore. There are some cases in this country right now that are under top secret investigation. I'm trying to find a good voice for this guy. I think this is fine. Of course, you wouldn't have known about the bithead of Dowd. Right, they don't share too much top secret information with the inmates of prison. There are 3 prisoners, including you, in this special prison you just escaped from. All 3 cases have certain points in common. They do they? Tell us more. The rock singer who leaked national secrets in his lyrics during a TV broadcast. The curry-loving fellow who took the chief commissioner hostage at the Metro Police Department. Neither of the men had a motive for their crime, and both of their crimes were impossible. Impossible? The curry lover had no way of knowing how to infiltrate the commissioner's office. And the rock singer had no way of knowing the national secrets he leaked. The Special Investigation Unit submitted an investigative report to me on them. They concluded that these men's criminal acts were not of their own volition. But how could that be? The theory the unit came up with was the existence of a manipulator. A manipulator, huh? That's when the special prison was established as a facility to research that theory. Some unknown power has been at work. These past several years, Inspector Cabanea has been studying these cases. He has he? Manipulating somebody into committing a criminal act, according to the inspector. The first case of its kind was a locked room murder involving our nation's best detective. Are you trying to say I was manipulated somehow into shooting Alma? I appreciate the theory, but unfortunately, I don't recall being controlled by anybody. It's just not possible to manipulate another's behavior like that. My powers certainly don't work on living creatures. That's what I thought when I first heard the theory too. However, I was seriously mistaken, and it proved to be a big mistake. What? You mentioned a mistake. Could you tell us about it? I suppose everybody here has the right to know. Alright, fine. I'll speak out so that Inspector Cabanea can hear this too. Oh. There's something I would like the 2 of you to hear. It's about a mistake I made. Inspector Cabanea, when he first made that report about a manipulator, I'm afraid I didn't believe it at all. Impossible, I thought. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Minister. But I was wrong. That kind of power does exist. And I learned the truth of that firsthand. What's this? A month ago, I signed the order to carry out Detective Dowd's execution. However, that act wasn't of my own volition. I was being controlled. What? You never told me about this, Mr. Minister! Cabanea, please. The pose. What's going on? This document, what am I doing? No, I mustn't sign it! Wait, don't deliver that document! That's when it started. That's when all of my fear, despair, and suffering began. At the time, it didn't even cross my mind that I'd been manipulated. And my memory of the event was only hazy at best. So the memory of being manipulated doesn't clearly remain, hey? Signing execution orders is one thing. Part of Justice Minister's job. At the time, I just thought my psyche was rebelling against the task. But the next day it dawned on me. I remember Cabernet a report on the existence of a manipulator. As a Minister of Justice, I couldn't admit what happened to me. I only signed the execution order because I was being controlled. If something like that got out, this nation's judicial system would crumble. Besides, I had no evidence to present that I had actually been controlled. So in the end, I couldn't admit to anybody what happened. I suppose. But it sounds a bit like an excuse. You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. Yes, I know. I should have. I was running away from the problem. And then my wife found out I was worried about something. Well, if you go around with an expression like that, I guess it's bound to happen. I explained it to her, and she was dead set against the way I was handling it. If you don't withdraw that order and tell everyone the truth immediately, I'm moving out. And then with the kidnapping tonight, with it thrust under my nose like that, I could no longer deny my mistake. This manipulator comes upon us from somewhere unseen. That's why I've been keeping him a distance from everybody. So that's why you've been telling people to stay back. So there's somebody besides me with the powers of the dead. I'm fine with that. After all, I already know about a certain test lamp. What I'm not fine with is the fact that the person can control and manipulate living creatures. That's certainly not something I can do. Apparently different ghosts get different ghost tricks. But I never imagined that tonight. I would find out where this packet of power comes from. Where it comes from? Inspector Cabanea, this manipulator is a ghost. A departed spirit. A spirit! As a matter of fact, there's a ghost talking to us right now. What did you just say? Shout and tell me you can hear this ghost too! I'd say the only person who can't hear him is you. Spirit, ghost, gods in heaven. Excuse me, Mr. Minister. I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to. I recommend you think long and hard before making your final decision, sir. Inspector! This is Lynn, I'm at the park. We've been waiting to hear from you. Have you found the evidence? Well, the situation here is kind of difficult to explain. Cecil, if you're there, come to the park immediately. A literature help is needed, Cecil. Yeah, I guess so, huh? The music is so good! Holy shit! Why is the music in this game so fantastic? Ha. Lynn calls and I oblige. I take off toward Temsic Park, the place where clearly something big has taken place. Yes, Dino Dance. Whee! The manipulator, the person whose very existence sheds new light on everything. Detective Dowd's crime, the execution orders, and even my own death. Could it be? Could Lynn have been manipulated into shooting me? Freebie! Chapter 14. Temsic Park, the site of the little Lady Kimia's abduction tonight. The place where an important piece of evidence and music box was hidden. I wonder why our lady detective is looking so dejected. At least she isn't dead. But what did she find? At least she isn't dead. Damn fucking right. This is a bit awkward. Oh. Huh? What's he doing here? Yes. Da da da. It auto-skipped. The world will not end if the food delivery is a little late. It's already ice cold. Bruh. The chicken. How could you? Da da da. Whee! Up we go! Alright, spin. Hello! Oh, there you are, Cecil. From your dejected expression, I get that. You didn't find what we were looking for. Right, I can't find the music box anywhere. But I found something else instead. Something horrible. Horrible? What is it? There, the grass. You better go see for yourself. Ah! It looks like a dead body. I nearly died when I saw it. And now that we found it, I suppose we can't just leave it here, can we? Nope, I suppose not. Dead by egg. Egg. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park. Rock of the rock of the gods. You there. You're talking to me, aren't you? I have some leaflets for you. Leaflets. I know you'll be very interested in. I urge you to peruse them thoroughly. Examine in detail. Never mind that one now. Do you remember your name? My name. My name. Oh, what does my name matter? When there's something more important things to worry about. Okay. Come on now and study these traits with me, brother. Come and learn about the rock of the gods with me. The night of the long is no longer young. As a matter of fact, daybreak is approaching, but we are young. Look, I don't have the time to get involved in your way of life, but I am interested in your way of death. So let's go back to 4 minutes before your death. Ah, yes. And so, Madam of Mind has resolved to live here in this park and defend it. Okay. And what does that have to do with this Rock of the Gods you mentioned? You still don't understand, you still don't appear to understand. It is written quite clearly before the leaflet in great detail. Excuse me, but I have to use the restroom. Ah! Ow. I'm coming. Just hold on. I'll be right there. I've located the target, Beauty. Why is that his voice now? It's a weird voice for him. It's not much weirder than the one I used last time, though. A girl of the night age coming out of the right apartment at the right time. Yes, my dear. I'll ever so gently nap and come right back to your side. Good evening, young lady. Won't you come with me? Ah! Oh gods! What did I do? What did I do? I have to do something! Excuse me. What in the world just happened? Oh, that's Mino. Mino? Mino the mascot and the symbol of Temsic Park. Forget about the name of that big creepy lump of concrete. I'm talking about the way it changed direction. Did you see that? Yes, I did. We witnessed with our own eyes the power of the Rock of the Gods. That was the power of the gods. The power of the gods saved that little girl. And then that same power very deliberately crushed you instead. Oh, it's time? It appears to be fucking time, yes? I don't know what for, though. Yes, precisely. That is called the mischief of the gods. Was the mischief of the gods or was it a ghost trick? But nah, it couldn't have been a ghost trick. No ghost trick could change the direction of something that heavy in midair. But wait a minute. What if there was somebody much greater powers than me? Look at that! That's another flame besides me! Oh, so that's the flame of a god, is it? But hold on. Your spirit is a flame too, isn't it? Yep, so? Pardon me, but are you a god? I sincerely doubt it. At the last minute, that big lump of concrete made a huge swing to one side. That's probably that flame's doing. Who could it be? I definitely believe it's either a god or somebody god related. Maybe I'd better try talking to this person. Hello? What the? The person with much greater powers than me. It's you. Hey, Cecil! No, the doggo. Oh my, it's Missile. You look well for being dead. Did you see what I did? I did it. I tried really hard and I did it. I saved Miss Camilla. Are you telling me I was done by a puppy dog? Missile, what's going on? How did you get the powers of the dead? I'm glad you asked. After Miss Camilla went out and you left. I went like crazy to make my own path and I did it.
And then I followed Miss Kimia out into the big wide world.
Michelle, let's go.
And then here at this park I found her at last. Yes, you guessed it. I barked, you bet I did. And I went running after her too. Whee! No! And then I guess I died. And then I wasn't conscious for a little while. When I came to, it was all over. Poor Miss Kimia. Crushed under that big scary lump.
Oh, what have I done? I'm so sorry, little lady. Please forgive me.
Miss Kimia! I had to rescue Miss Kimia. It was up to me. I cried out from the depth of my heart. And then... I can tell you how surprised I was, but I bet you understand, right?
Better than probably anybody else could.
And I remember that you did for me, how you saved me.
So? You went back, right? Back to 4 minutes before the little lady's death.
You bet I did.
I understand. Yes, my dear. I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side.
Now's my chance. I thought I saw the core.
I don't know, it looks pretty far.
I stretched out my paw toward the core. Oh, how I felt that moment. I'd love for you to be able to feel it too. Go ahead, Cecil. Go ahead and try it out for yourself.
Yeesh! I can't believe it. How could you connect over such a great distance?
What? They don't call me missile for nothing.
And then you manipulated that Mino thing and threw it aside. Right on top of my head.
Well, no, actually.
Huh?
I can't manipulate things like you can, Cecil.
You can't? Then how did you...
I didn't know what to do, then I happened to see something out of the corner of my eye. And it had a core too. A single leaf hanging from a tree. Oh. I tried reaching out to the leaf.
What in the world?
I can manipulate things, but apparently I can swap them. As long as two things have the same shape, that is.
Swap things with the same shape.
Go ahead and try it. Press swap. That is so cool!
That's incredible. And so that's how you saved your mistress, is it? And that's how you became caught up in this, is it?
I'm very sorry. My powers were too meager.
Meager?
Because you see, I saw one more. I happened to notice one more core. There was something the exact shape, the same shape stuck on the branches of the tree.
Hey, you're right. If Mina would be swapped again with that, then disaster wouldn't have to rain down on my head. But what is that thing? It's too big to be a leaf. Whatever it is, I'd much prefer it on my head than Mino. So why didn't you swap the missile?
I couldn't. I can stretch out my paw a little further than you can, Cecil. But this was just too far for me. I couldn't reach.
F. Powerful doggo indeed. I must admit, it's a fascinating spectacle of death, if I do say so myself.
I kept trying over and over, seeing if there was anything I could do.
I bet there's something you can do now.
Huh?
If we work together, you and me.
Cecil, you think so?
I don't plan on letting anybody die in front of me tonight. Do you think you could help me?
Of course.
Naturally! So we're going to drop that Mino in a different spot. Okay, let's try it. Let's go back again to 4 minutes before. Alright, let's get started. 4 minutes from now, we'll swap Bino with his leaf. And then you have to swap Bino with something else. Something with the same shape. I believe that's a rugby ball. Okay, rugby ball, huh? But with a rugby ball, where it is now? Where it is now? Missile can't reach it. So that means I have to move it closer somehow. Looks like you and I will have to work together on that one, Missile.
Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you want to use my swap trick, just press V. That way you'll be able to control me. And then if you press V...
Control will come back to me.
Okay, let's try it. Together we can stop Bino from hurting anybody.
So before all that, I want to point out that the thing that... whoops. That Missile was in... I may have made a mistake. Or maybe not actually. When Missile died, there was a source of this same mist that gave Sissel his powers in the ground. I believe the weird-ass pamphlet person might actually be right.
Look at this funny floating ball. It's the same shape as that horrible Mino, but it's too far.
Even this ball is starting to look horrible to me. We have to find a way to get this ball closer to that Mino thing. Knock it out from the tree, I say. There must be some way, something you can do. So yeah, I believe that might be the Rock of the Gods that the insane person is talking about. Which means that Sissel had probably a small fragment of it in his pocket, which is also why he likely why he wanted to talk to Jowd, because he was probably the one that did the things. I made a mistake. Whoops. Oh, they can't be in the same space. That's super interesting. Whoopsie. So yeah, Sissel is probably the manipulator that they are looking for. Which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Oh, would you look at that? There's sure a whole lot of round things around here.
How bye? That means it's time for me, right? Bye.
My hair is also round. Let's see, to use Whistle's power, just tap V. Let's try and see what happens. Can I be in the ball while Missile swaps them? No.
Ah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would have worked. Okay. Okay, I can't do anything with the rugby ball, but I think I found the solution. So first of all, I still go over here to move the seesaw. Yes, yes. And then I go grab the cutie patootie. Swap these two. Go to Sizzle. Turn this down. And then we wait for Weird Guy. Weird person. Not quite. Okay, wrong object. Bop, bop, bop. Bop. Bop, bop. Ah. Yes. Okay, there's only one more item here. Let's try this one. Let's see what happens if it's a basketball. Ah. Would this have to hang here? Open? But how do I get that there in time? I need to be fast. First and foremost. Speed run. Ah. Okay, good to know. What am I doing? Why did I unpause? Ah, the controls are... Boop, boop. Swap these. Swap these. And swap these. Then have Doggo go here. And Sissel be in position. For the first moment that I can get on here. No, you bitch! Stop him from running. Huh? Let the thing go. Spin. Spin it gently or there's no stopping it, huh? Ow. Okay, okay. But my initial plan almost worked. This is also fun. Oh, not this again. It's so long. Boop. Boop. Time is passing. Yep, yep. No. Okay, one more rotation. Good, good. Spin. Whee! That was so close. If I hit the ball, I could have knocked it down.
Is that all this umbrella can be used for? Shooting the rugby ball. Don't forget about my powers. Let's have Hugo up away from there. What can I reach from the umbrella? Okay. So did not so not to the coming. Never thought the umbrella would catch the ball. Yeah. Yeah. One more step. One more step indeed. I want to somehow get the tire in position. Already? Really? Yep. Go, missile. Swapple. 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 And I want Missile to wait in this ball, maybe? Okay. Whee! Have Missile wait in this for the critical moment right after impact. I also want to try out... Okay, no, those are not the same shape. Ah, yes, great. Why are you wasting my time? Okay.
And... Are you serious? I can't pause during that, really? Ah. Okay. That is so rude that you can't pause during that. Pets, yay. Such a rude game. Thank you for the pets. Yes, yes. Swap these. So that's in the right spot now. You can stay there for the time being. I want to have Sissel. Okay, now that guy goes here. I go here. I spin his ass up. Spin! I climb here. Letter. Brella. No, cancel. Same shape. Same shape. Same shape. All right, now. Please. Ta-da! There, we moved the ball. What do you think, Missile? With the ball there. I think I can do it. Just in just a few seconds, you'll swap Minu with the leaf. And then from there you can swap Minu with one more time. The final moment is near, Missile. Are you ready? You bet. Let's go, I solved it. Two. One. Okay, watch me, Sissel. Here I go. The finishing touches. You can do it, Missile. Swap Minu with that ball. Woo! Ta-da! There, how's that? My head's been spared. Oh, truly that was try-worthy of the gods. And now Minu's right where he belongs. We did it again. Didn't we? Didn't we? Yes. Fate averted. Well, now nobody has to die. Except for one brave little somebody. Huh? I'm talking about you, Missile. Oh, me. I guess you're right. I'm still dead, aren't I? So now we let's go back and save your life. Wait a minute. What is it? Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer.
What?
When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camilla when she was in trouble. I want to be able to protect her. And to do that, I need these powers I have now.
I see.
Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that.
Hey, we just saved you. Don't you wish your life away already?
No, of course, you're right.
Okay, Missile, have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her?
Certainly, you have my word. Let's go back then. To the present. Whee! Solve.
Duh. And so Camilla ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. I'm sorry, I wish there was something else I could have done.
No, you did the best you could.
I'm sure she's alright after all.
After all, she is me.
Missile?
Are you in there? Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camilla to me. I know I don't look like much right now, but I'm sure I can help her.
Missile.
Ah! Miss Lynn.
I'm going to leave it up to you, Missile. Kind of looks like a missile is being left up to the wind.
Oh! That walking animation, excuse me. I have something to give you. Stop the park from being burned into a housing site. Protect the park, the wrath of the gods.
Aren't you forgetting your promise?
Oh, pardon me. My apologies, this is for you. Ow. Vroop. You kept the music box safe, didn't you? Thank you. Not at all, I was only doing what the wrath of the gods would have wanted.
What's the matter? Cat's got a tongue?
He's mesmerized by my beauty. Hey, the cat's not allowed to get your tongue. Excuse me, but are you... No, it couldn't be. Have we met before? Aren't you that little girl from that time? I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this park.
10 years ago?
Are you talking about...
The thick plottins.
Here in this park, the gods surely control fate. To then, 10 years from that day, we meet once again. If that isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it?
It could just be coincidence. But apparently you know a lady detective here. Could you tell us about it? What happened 10 years ago?
Yes, of course. I was actually about to do just that.
What is this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning?
Don't you know? It's right there in front of us.
Yes, the thing!
Missile.
Wait a minute. You say gods, but do you mean dogs?
Of course not. Don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You're standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a look at that monument.
Monument? Rock of the Gods, Temsic Park. The Rock of the Gods.
The rock is buried in the ground right there. It's been there these 10 years. Ever since that day, it flew down from the heavens and showed us a miracle.
A
So this rock you've been talking about, it's a meteorite? Precisely! It dropped from the sky on that day 10 years ago. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it. Me? Aha! Is this a JoJo's reference? Are the ghost trick powers just stands? And this is the meteorite that the arrow tips were made of? That day, it just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that my destiny would change. The sun was going down, and through the gloom, I heard the scream of a little girl. Ah!
Now just calm down and drop that weapon.
Stay back if you come any closer. I'll shoot her. I knew you'd enjoy that. I peeked out fearfully from the bushes and saw some shadowy figures. I didn't see the face of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help, but I couldn't move. The tendon was so thick. It was painful, but when I couldn't stand it any longer, that's when it happened. The sky suddenly burned bluish white. Bonk. When it crashed to the ground, the meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments. And then I saw it, one of those beautiful fragments, pierced into the criminal's back. The judgment of the gods was brought down in the park that day. "10 years ago, the little girl that was you was saved by the rock of the gods." Oh my. Oh my, I can't believe it. Okay, so definitely the guy who kidnapped her 10 years ago is Sissel. The Rock of the Gods was given the name Temsic, and still today, it lies sleeping deep in the park's earth. I never knew about this Temsic. I always thought Detective Joud was the one who saved me. You were young then, and you passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course you wouldn't remember. But that's funny. A huge incident like that should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you never heard of it, Lynn. It is, isn't it? But now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news and I never came back to this park again. That's why I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Temsic after the name of this park that it fell in. And then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now an awful thing is happening. They are talking about turning the park into a housing site. They never forget the miracle I witnessed that day. And so I've taken up residence in this park and I'm trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park and the Rock of the Gods. That is my mission. I see. Okay, but like it's actually magic though. I'm taking you with me, Missile. So 10 years ago, the little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that, but Detective Joud, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Temsic thing. And if he knew, and the man died that took his life, what was that confession of his about? The rocks of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples in a pond when pebbles dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn more about the new mystery. I will be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn. I think it's all coming together, dear Sissel. Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decided to meet up again in the minister's office. Besides, there was a few things I wanted to ask Detective Joud. Poor Missile. 07 in chat for the doggo. We found the music box, Detective Joud.
Good job, Lynn. I knew you would. Once everything has been resolved, I had wanted you to give this to him.
Him? You mean Inspector Cabanea, right?
I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me.
Detective Joud.
Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain knack in doing it, you know? See?
He caused that an act. It smells like brute strength to me. How does that fit there? You know what? I don't want to know.
You should find scorch marks on the grape.
Scorch marks?
When Camilla built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. It's the kind of magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears.
Why would little Camilla use something like that?
I don't know, maybe because she's a detective's daughter. Not leaving any evidence behind and all that. Here's the case report. There was a mention of some scorch marks. What happened to Camille was watching from a hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I took the gun out of the frame and replaced it with a picture. If we remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame too. And those marks should match up with the ones of the gun.
In other words,
it proves the contraption existed there in that room that day. It didn't work the way the little girl intended, is that right? Exactly. Some cowardly culprit modified the design. But that anger was never brought up in court. And so, as a justice minister, I must call off the execution at this point.
I knew I was right. It wasn't Detective Jowd. Now that I can finally prove that. Thank goodness.
Thank you, Lynn. In those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of that little girl from 10 years ago.
About that, Detective.
Sissel, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now, without ever having known of any of this. This is what I deserve. That's what I told myself these past 5 years. But things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened. Tonight, I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives and got involved in their fates. And the only reason I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. But things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow, I just know it. And that's why I need to ask you a few more questions, in order to find the truth about us. Fair enough, fire away.
Cecil told me about it, Detective Jowd. About the manipulator.
Yes, and it looks like this manipulator already did a number on the minister too.
Ah!
Please don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him.
If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him. Cecil, do you think that's what happened to me too?
What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me. You were manipulated too.
There was always a part of me that couldn't just believe it. That image of someone who shot me.
Oh, that image of the one who shot me. But now I see the possibility of a new explanation.
Yeah, she struggled against her own gun, didn't she? But who is it, and why did they do it? The contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it?
That's right.
Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from somewhere.
No surprise there. You lost your life once tonight because of the machine.
Right, I knew it! See, Detective Jowd?
No, I'm afraid I don't see.
I told Detective Jowd about it.
I told him about seeing the exact same contraption tonight in a completely different place. That's very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town. I've never even heard of the place. What's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption.
You haven't?
That old pigeon guy. Who in the world is he? Detective Jowd, you must have heard this name before. Temsig. The meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there. So you found out about that, did you? I heard that meteorite saved little Lynn's life. That's right. I couldn't do anything to help Lynn that day. But in that case, I don't get it. If it's true, doesn't it mean you didn't steal somebody's life away?
What are you talking about?
Detective Dowd told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in that park was you.
What? But it was the meteorite.
I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away, no question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant if the meteorite hadn't come. At that point, I was already a murderer.
That's not true. You were trying to save me.
Lynn, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's really it.
Huh?
On that day 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place.
Another place?
Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. The worst sort of incident, a suspect who was being questioned escaped.
Wow, I didn't know about that.
It happened to be there, in the detective division, so I joined the chase. Fortunately, I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. Hold it right there! I fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was young and green detective, brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. I made him panic and got you involved, Lynn. It was all my fault.
Detective Dowd.
All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. I'm so sorry, Lynn.
So the man who grabbed me died that day.
These last 10 years, I've never forgotten his face. And a few years after that, when my wife Alma died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was fate, a punishment for what I'd done. I painted the pictures in a cell, nothing but portraits of people's faces. All the faces of the many people I'd met in my life and I didn't want to forget. And tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. The final face. The face of the man in the park that day. Wait just 1 minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time? That's right. That face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole. And the man who was pronounced dead at the scene.
But hold on, Detective Dowd. That can't be true. I just met Cecil for the first time tonight. And he died right in front of me.
By the way, the name that I know the man by in the park that day isn't Cecil.
What?
From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy?
Mr. Minister.
Inspector Cabernet, where are you?
Just be quiet and listen. This is a demand.
What?
Demand? A demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once you've confirmed that it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage.
What are you talking about, Inspector Cabernet? And you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted.
Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life is a life. Even if it's the daughter of the death row prisoner. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostages will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. Excuse me? What is it, Mr. Minister? You look paler than ever.
What in the world? What's going on, Inspector Cabernet? The rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. And even now, the chain continues to grow even longer. Inspector Cabernea's call proved that to us.
What the fuck, my guy?
The greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? I'm even further from knowing that when I started.
Woo! More. 15.
10 years ago, a man named Cecil took a little girl named Lynn hostage. And then I was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Cecil met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I found waiting for me at the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. I see myself.
Ah!
There you are, Commander Sith. Finally.
Cecil, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you.
I had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up.
I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in a little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything beside a bargain?
We can talk about that when we get together.
This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Cecil. Commander Sith.
Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep, but I know it's always darkest before the dawn.
Ha! I am confusion. Yes, we're nearing the final stages of a little deal, my good man.
Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir.
Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes, we are very close.
We will now disconnect from the communications cable and have no nerve until we arrive. No service until we arrive, sir.
Very well. Ah. Yes. Submarine. Of course.
Nice try, Inspector Cabernet. But you could never stop me. See ya, sucker. So, that submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? If that's the case. They probably aren't the ones who killed me, right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk to him.
Heyo!
Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? I guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I see there, though. But if that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it. Once the criminal gets punishment he deserves, the hostages will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for a call. That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. It gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Why are you doing this? Now isn't that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life, or have you forgotten that? Wrong! I was murdered by all of you. Detective Zhao took chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there when I was running. Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that brat hadn't been there, I would have, never thought of I would have, lines. Hello, I'm Snake. I'm doing fine. If that brat hadn't been there, I would have never thought of taking the hostage. It's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. And finally, you, Inspector Cabanea. Me. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You were so proud of your spotless record. My case was the blood of it, was it? Only two people know the real truth, me and Detective Jowd. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the state of your record will disappear for good. And that's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are. I got nothing to say to you. You'll never listen anyway. Ah! Ye gods! Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on the spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsek. Ah! Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey man! Start telling me what's going on. Hey, Inspector Cabanea, he's awake. My head's spinning, baby. Am I to understand that a Cabanea character who just got shot as me? Oh yeah, that's right. And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me? I guess so. But it couldn't be, could you? Huh? After all, this guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? I guess I have to face it. I'm not that sissile guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission, now did you? Nothing like the son of that baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. Plot thickening indeed. Look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? No, it's not! So are you manipulated too? I have ghost tricks. Powers the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures. Anywho, I think you'd better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. You're right, I'd better be careful. I don't even know what to do. Look at this place. What in the world happened here? I think I've started to remember. Something bad happened here, and now there's another death lying hidden here. What, another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? I didn't say there was a very important life valuable to the nation here. I thought you were talking about you. They're just a crazy character in a white coat, baby.
Pigeon guy, no!
Hey, come to think of it, where is that old pigeon guy?
Pigeon guy! You know. Very tempting. All right.
Excuse me. Are you awake?
Of course. I never sleep during work hours.
Professor, you recognize me.
There's only one crazy character in a white coat I think I know of.
He has lost his memory.
I know the type who likes losing things. But never mind that. Cabanea, isn't it quite a surprise guest you've brought with you? Pretending like you didn't just blow up the place?
Are you talking about me? Ah, this is a different guy, and I'm his guest actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he didn't. He's still. Like you, my sharp friend, he hasn't gotten his memory back.
Ah, pitiful.
That hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back 4 minutes before your death, in order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? But we can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanea. But if you go back further, maybe I'll find a lead.
Whee! The timest of rewinds. I do have something to sip. I need a drink. I will be right back, everyone. Wow. The snake has returned. The sip.
How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous.
Pigeon guy! Don't be daft. I can't leave now. He's completely dead, but just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers if I remove it.
He's not dead. He's just not there. There's a true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit.
No, ridiculous.
So you figured it all out, huh? You clever man, Inspector Cabanea.
So it's really true, you're...
I wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This is a body, just a vessel, a shell. I control everything, the shell, people. Just like I control the Justice Minister and Lynn. So it's true, you were manipulating my baby that time. You might just shoot the shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence, you know? On that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She will suffer just like Dowd did. Now then, Professor. I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you.
Oh yeah?
So why don't you let me live then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight, but before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it'll be all over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Professor, look out!
So wait, I'm assuming Sissel is a lamp guy then? Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that here?
He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear.
His corpse disappeared.
The medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and to give him back the body. But I wasn't going to let that happen, baby.
You saw through the plan, eh?
I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. Bought him off? I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, I never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead.
Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn.
And I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. But something's been nagging the back of my mind. I remember that what Ray said to me tonight. Is that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks? But if that's true, how could a spirit from the 10 years ago still be here?
No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game.
Write your magic and take us back even further to the past.
Door.
What the world is this thing?
This device that meteorite data entered into it. If it detects Temsic radiation, it responds. Got that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing?
I guess sometimes it's important to not think about things too much.
What a sorry bear.
Alright, man, jump in there and stop that explosion, would you? Easy enough for you to say.
Foolish of you to say, too. If we stop the explosion, he'll do me in some other way.
Fair enough. Then jump in there, take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say.
And most likely impossible to boot. A dude's explosion didn't even make him bat an eye.
Well, what do you propose then, Prof? Pray down.
Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing.
Easy enough for you to say. Sheesh, what up with all these people?
Anywho, jump and then do something.
I am trying, sir.
Fool, what do you think you're doing?
I just thought I'd try it out.
If you do, you're going to set the contraption in motion.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought he'd blow me up is what he thought.
Oops, that's my bad. But there aren't a whole lot of things I can use tricks on in this room.
I'm kind of stuck here, aren't I? You know, I could.
I don't want to yeet the professor, though. It's a use, I can't open it. Could the fact that the guy in red is standing on it have anything to do with it?
Is he more heavy-set than he looks, too?
Why are you asking me? This door, such a pity. Too bad it doesn't open downward. Sometimes life can be so hard, wouldn't you agree, Professor?
Yeah, that's why you were both dead.
Ah. The door doesn't open downward, huh?
It's time. Hello? People. Hello.
Definitely should watch your stream when you started playing this because I don't remember.
Yeah, this is kind of like toward the ending. The thick is plotting. Also, thank you for the boop. Hero Flora. Goodbye, Flora.
I believe in this country forever tonight, but before I do, I need to raise hard evidence that these powers of mine exist.
Boop. What do I do?
It'll be all over. Cecil. Hey, another advice.
Help me.
Where are you?
Find me. Before I'm carried away.
What the friend is sounding calling for help?
He's here somewhere. A friend of yours.
Yep, a little guy that holds a little friend. That's a little friend, but has strength that surprises you.
Well, he's asking, did you find him?
Before he's carried away, no less. When most of the time should I look for him?
There. Cecil, here I am.
Oh hey, it's...
Missile!
What are you doing here?
Do you really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going Going there? No, that's okay, never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out? Of course! Here, let me come join you. The best character! Let's go! Yeah. Okay, here I am, Cecil. Now maybe things will flow in a new direction. Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky. Ah, so many people. By the way, how are you doing, Tamara? How is you? How is stuff? Ball, telephone. Balls. The squeaky guys are making a fuss about something. Cecil, my animal instincts are starting to surface. If you really want to chase them, I think you have to be alive to do that. There must be some kind of rat feet in the trash can. Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that. Bigger commotion, eh? Whee! So many rats! That's what I call it, proper commotion. They're making the trash can dance. Truth be told, I felt a bit of dancing on myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold my holding six back. What dangerous sponge. Trash can lid. Ah, whoops. No, Cecil is on it. Ah! Okay, that's the same shape, right? Yes! Let's go! Easy. Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. I won't prevent you from manipulating you. It might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you! I can't believe it. You're not actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabernet. I couldn't do anything to help you. And bam! There I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, enjoy the show. The magic of disappearing net, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except like a normal magic trick. I'm the one that's managed to vanish without a trace here. Ding! Fate averted. Woo! What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead. Not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, that phone call. Yeah, he was pretty upset. Excuse me, mister. You really shouldn't be mean like that. What's this very lively little creature? Oh, this little doggy is the warrior who keeps Camilla safe.
Or he would be if he was actually still full of life.
Camilla. Gods in heaven, what a terrible thing. The poor little girl is taken hostage. This drool graced the fate indeed. Wait just a minute. Miss Camilla is hostage?
Yes, we're sorry, little warrior.
Miss Camilla, hostage? What's a hostage?
Anyway, Inspector Cabanea, it's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you turned before him, right?
But this time it's different, right, Cecil?
That's right, with us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay?
Okay, let's hurry up and get through this.
Gee, kids! You're making me feel like an afterthought.
Yes.
Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanea is upstairs. So our first step is to get up there.
Cecil, if I go up first, I'll wait for you. Okay, lovey-dove. We need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it.
Lovey-dove is the name of the pigeon.
Aww. That's such a cute pigeon. There you are, Cecil.
Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the Inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in and stop him from firing, would you?
Ah, there you go again with that stuff. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way.
Wait a minute, that sounds familiar.
Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot with, and then save Cabanea without him noticing.
It's even worse than last time.
Anywho, jump and then do something. Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cecil. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap V.
What the fuck?
Okay. Cecil can't actually go anywhere. Good to know. Now he could. You see that? The bastards will turn around.
You have to call him that. Oh dear, maybe this is a chance to do some ghost tricks. This is the only time it takes his eye off me too.
If you have something to do, do it now.
And we take the first steps towards saving the Inspector. What was that?
Yeah, good question.
It's kind of okay, you are. Nothing to say to you, yep. Ta-da!
Can't do anything with the helmet, but... what I can do is move this. I'm unsure what this does for me. No, they aren't the same shape as this. Ah! I don't know what I'm doing. With the condition of my deal to wipe out everybody who knew about Temsic. It's no use, even with the powers, there's nothing I can do. Nothing to stop the bullet with. I guess you didn't make it in time. Dang it! So I need to make something that is the same shape as the bullet? Ah! What shape is a bullet? I don't know what the helmet does for me. I'll just leave this up here this time. I think. Just get missile away from stuff. Gonna be experimenting a bit here. Da, da, da. And he's back. Ta-da! Can bring the hat. Oh wait, what shape is the bullet actually? Can I like see, please? Nope. The bullet is hanging in midair between the gun and the inspector's forehead. Now's a chance! I'm here in the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else. What? Only hope there's gotta be something with the same shape that's directing the bullet. Oh. Gnome! That's definitely what we could find, but we just made things worse.
Not nice, kids. Not nice at all. Beautiful.
Okay, I know what I'm supposed to do. Got it, got it. I figured it out. Yes, yes. Shush. Now we wait. Ta-da! And now we wait again. Time is indeed passing. Let's go. And pew. Ah. Swapple. There we go. And now we wait again. Ta-da! Pew! The auto pause. Let's go. A chance. What is that, by the way? That's the desk lamp. Swap. Swap. Nice. I don't think you noticed. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act. And now I say again, I love knit hats, so warm and most of all soft. I did it, did I do it alright? You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life. And I'll keep doing it too. Over and over. Woo! What I saw in just these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All the research in these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two are working together. That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator when we pursued ourselves, just the two of us? I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all. Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camilla. You're right, Missile. There's a certain guy you have to follow too. After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanea, the man in red left, and now a new story is about to unfold in a new present. Woo! How are you feeling, you old crazy character?
Hey there, Prof. We're both alive. I see here nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing like an explosion couldn't hurt me.
Yeah, right. Like I'm going to believe that. So what? The guy in red is gone, eh?
Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us. F. Damn it, you picked a bad time not to listen to me, buddy of mine. Well, everyone. If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have never tried to die in an explosion, baby. That boy could have been dancing after Big Red, but nah. Might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yes, sorry. I suppose you're right. I just had feelings to help us. He was right there within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen. I guess he's thinking about his spotless record. I think it's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. That guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago.
Oh, he's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage, and he went up dead. He only has himself to blame.
But what about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you. Detective Dowd, who forced me into a corner. Lynn, the girl who was playing in the park. And finally you, Inspector Cabanea. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Yes, 10 years ago that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to an investigation. And I did it. I made a very stupid mistake. Detective, I'm telling her. I don't know anything about it. Fine. You know under the talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I'd just been assigned to Special Investigation Unit, you see. And they didn't share much info in big cases with a newbie like me yet. And I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking a statement. But I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him to a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that.
Come on, I got a minute. The chief wants to see about your report.
Got it, but be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun.
How could you?
He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun pointed at Lynn in the first place. We first found out about the manipulators' existence during a certain overseas communication. Overseas communication? For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communication networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him, of course. We didn't know what he looked like at the time. And in order to prove those powers of his, he gave them two predictions he foresaw to completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office. Those two inmates at the special prison, eh? We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then finally we pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked that. The restaurant, the chicken kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight. On a submarine that belongs to another country in his deal. Submarine? But we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think that we would happen if powers were to fall into their hands.
Right, highly unlikely they'd use them for peaceful purposes.
Now they have the little girl as a hostage. Come here. We have to stop him before he leaves the country. Yeah! This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you? Of course, baby. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life. Than my life, eh? After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And now, because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case? That's why you cared about the record so much? Of course, why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Zhao shooting armor. I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story, some secret.
Holy shit, he's coming through, let's go! Good guy, come on here. Let's go!
I did everything I could to climb the ladder, everything in my power. And then I finally found the answer. Like 5 long years though. The manipulator, he's going to prove that Dowd is innocent. What incredible determination.
This song is so good. Ah.
There's just one thing I don't understand. If we were so determined to help Detective Dowd, why didn't you help him escape from prison? That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And he himself asked to be executed, you know. As a man of the law, I had to make sure that execution was stopped legally. And that's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby. So that's it, eh? So that's it, eh? But there's one little unfortunate result of this. Lil completely misunderstood your intentions. Ah, it's a little misunderstanding. My baby would come around, give it time. But there are more important things to do with the time tonight. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. The police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was out to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead, but I'd never found an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. Oh, unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity too. That's the only way I can describe it too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead, dead alright. No question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch, but I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. And that's how it went.
No scarring or blood either. Weird. He's a vampire something. I mean, mostly Lich actually. And I never had the chance to solve the mystery. That's because the corpse had up vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there's no way the corpse could have disappeared. What's that? It could happen. Opened the door and walked out of its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead. We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. But he didn't even feel when I slammed the fist on that stove. The cops left behind some data from testing I did. It's got some kind of reading for some kind of radiation coming out of the body. Radiation? I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown. Wait a minute, could it be... That's right, it was coming from the meteor fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell. The exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die and he'd come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research case and the manipulator case. Thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. Do you want to see me blush? It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing to my research lab here. I heard there was an oddball here was researching Temsic. Is that you, baby? Who are you, be calling anybody an oddball? I was investigating the manipulator case then, and I heard it was a man who would quit the police force to study a meteorite. When I heard about that, it was like a meteorite had struck me in the head. At the time, they were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet. What we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of these communications, we heard the manipulator say this. The source of my power is not of this world. And that's when I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator's case and Temsic were somehow connected. Which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise the little girl made for her mother. He added a gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla. Yes. The contraption in the basement here. You built that to try and help Detective Jowd. That's right. Dad and I were together back when I was with the Force. I used to report stuff of this case to try and recreate the device. But there was just one part of it that couldn't reproduce, no matter how hard I tried. Camilla told Jowd did something it shouldn't have, and it made an impossible move. I added that part of the device I created, but in the part that would also Cupid, but in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate. Otherwise, the gun wouldn't fire. So that must mean somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption. As a result, we proved that ourselves the manipulator actually existed. Inspector Cabanilla,
Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I had to spoil the image of me. Or that cool cat inspector you always looked up to. Is that really the image she had of him?
Inspector Cabernet, I'm sorry, I just heard you were chasing after that man all the time to try and help Detective Chowder.
This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved.
That's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it?
Like I always say, if somebody is in the way, I'll throw him in the slammer. Yikes. Tonight. I really thought we finally had him. But my buddy gave out on the night of the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. But a joke is a joke. You might as well laugh.
Jowd! The minister called off the execution order. And while he was at it, he let Detective Chowd go free until tomorrow morning, too. That's a pretty extreme while he was at it. I love Jowd. Look at him. Look at the man.
Sorry it took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around and then you swoop in the last second.
Jowd. 5 years ago, you left this code with me just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day.
Yes!
I've been waiting so long, Detective Chowd. He's back! Waiting for this day to come.
Thanks for that giving up to me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then.
Good luck, my old friend.
This present you gave me is just what I needed. Thank you.
Glad you like it. Cecil, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me?
Sure, but how? We don't know where the submarine is and the phone doesn't work.
They use a communication cable to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow. You'll see. Could you wait until we do, please?
Okay, fine. I'm counting on you.
This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving, Inspector Cabanea.
It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further away from knowing who I am than ever. But now I don't feel so alone.
Yeah, who the fuck are we playing?
Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn.
Jesus. There's a lot of stuff. 16.
Lynn kept a promise about getting me hooked up, but 2 hours before dawn the phone rang.
Hello.
This is Jowd. Cecil, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you.
Well, you better get going. This long night is dawning to an end.
Yeah, looks like it. Thank you all for your help tonight.
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
At the other end of the phone line. I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I'd better go. Single telephone line connect me to the me and the other Sissel. But that single line spreads out like a spider's web to snare the fates of many people. And just as I reach the center of the web, welcome to the You-Knower. Detective Dowd. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I'd even sense your presence here in the dark. That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Dowd. Here's the phone. Hope you don't mind.
Egad, I never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're death row inmate.
And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation in a submarine, eh?
But how did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew we were whether You-Knower was going to serve us. Confound it.
We detectives have a little saying. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in.
I have a little something for you. I see.
Cabernet has given me some pretty weird presents in the past, but they always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver, but it looked like a pocket watch.
Oh, yes, Inspector Cabernet. I hear he's an excellent investigator.
By the way, where's the man in red? I know he's on the submarine somewhere.
Ah, Sissel, you mean?
You!
You can relax. That is nothing but his shell.
His shell, eh?
His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely right about now, he is controlling your daughter.
Please, I beg you, let my daughter go. If you need hostage, take me. Just please let her go.
Bah! There's something your nation needs, and Sissel has it. That is all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However it would appear, Sissel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here.
Bargaining chip?
Our nation has already researched it. This product that Sissel has to offer, the source of his powers. Ah!
What in the world is that?
The Temsic fragment. It gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Sissel is concluded, as far as we're concerned.
What are you talking about?
What a mistake to make right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Dowd. Farewell. Ah.
What in the world?
The whole room just vanished. Detective Dowd!
Where did he go? now? They got an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I'd better find them and fast.
Oh! It's Missile!
Yes, I think even I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago?
I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog.
But with my loss of memory, you can't say much better.
Anyway, let's hurry and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla.
Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out?
I'm sorry to say I don't think I can.
Why did I even bother to ask? But you do have the power to swap objects. Let's go find that lady detective and the little lady together.
You got it! Wow! It's Miss Kimmy, I just know it. My trusty nose is practically screaming it at me.
Yes, there's more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get to the phone before it stops ringing.
You bet.
Pop, pop.
Ta-da!
Uh-oh. I think I just heard another explosion in the distance. Got a bad feeling about this.
Cecil, look! That black hello, it came off the hook. The black hello, it came off the hook.
Oh, I better answer fast.
Hello, is anybody there?
It's her, the little lady. It's Cecil, where are you?
Somebody, please answer.
I guess you can't hear my voice.
You too, huh? Oh good, I thought he was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn is...
She said Lynn.
Miss Lynn!
You better hurry.
Let's go, Cecil. Not again. It's no use, nobody's answering. Miss Camilla and Miss Lynn. Oh, poor Miss Lynn.
Yeah. She can't seem to catch a break. It looks like another tragedy has happened. So to keep you waiting, little lady.
Cece, I know you'd come. Miss Camilla. I'll miss you too. I'm so glad I see you're alright. Well, I wouldn't say I'm alright exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What, my voice?
That's right, Camilla's Guhana, so that means she did hear Missile's voice before when he was saved at that time.
So that was you, wasn't it, Missile? You're the one who saved me the bar tonight. Thank you. Miss Camilla, I'm so glad I was born your little doggy.
Hey, Missile. Could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while?
Huh? But don't you need my powers?
I'll see what I can do of my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her.
Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Missile.
Best dog. Good dog, best friend.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Boop, boop. Boop. Ta-da! Oh, Cecil, you're here!
Lynn, what in the world happened here?
I don't know.
Huh?
I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know in that case.
Where's the Detective Dowd? Is he alright?
I don't know.
Huh?
The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden.
Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office,
We followed after the man in red.
we tracked him with the radio transmitter and Inspector Cabanea fired into him with a bullet. The man in red took a boat out of the sea from a small harbor at the edge of town. Detective Dowd and I managed to secretly stow away in this boat. And then we sneaked onto the submarine with him and when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine drove back down again. Detective Dowd and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line and I would look for Camilla. I found Camilla hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here.
Wow, that's quite an adventure. What happened next?
I don't know.
Huh?
There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead.
Oh boy, sounds like it'd be quicker to see for myself.
Let's find out. Camilla, are you okay? Camilla?
Hello, Lynn.
Or is it Detective now?
It's been 10 years since we last met.
Are you... You're really that man from the park 10 years ago.
Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself.
Give Camilla back. She has nothing to do with any of this.
Afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance.
The phone is ringing.
It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed.
Revenge plan?
It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution.
Well,
Knowing him, half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted, to be executed by his own daughter?
I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge?
Nobody could possibly know what I've...
What in the world? An explosion?
Uh-oh. Quite a bad feeling about this. Have I been had?
Look out!
Revenge, huh? It's a feeling I just can't understand.
Of course not. You're not him.
He's right, I'm not him, am I?
He was going to shoot Detective Dowd as Camilla when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible.
Anyway, let's bring you back to life again.
They didn't have to add it again, Pod.
That's a bit annoying.
Okay. Would use the phone if someone in the past was calling? What are you talking about? The receiver has to be off the hook first, City. Well, don't look at me. I can't do it. I don't have any hands or feet right now. Want something done, you have to do it yourself. Okay. Easy. Hey, someone managed to knock down the receiver. Someone managed. Who's that? Who's to say that it's not our planet? Come on, hurry! Now's your chance to get on the phone. I'll be Detective Dowd. She's right. I better check it out. Hello? Anybody there? If anyone's still there, get yourself here into trouble. We're about to head out. Speak up, what did you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming, we're leaving. Let's check out that area. It must be true what they say, that they arrest us ghosts on board. That does it. I promise to turn over when you leave, Mom. Funny. Who's it calling us as ghosts? Well, it's true, neither of us are really resting in peace. Anyway, looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. I guess that means the fate of the sub has changed slightly. Cecil has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? It's Dowd. What's going on here? I saw this deal go down once before. In just a moment, the man in red is about to get his Temsic fragment taken away. Switches, valve, waste basket. Probably get Lynn to do it for me. Okay. Nothing's happening. Ah. Let's go for a ride. Ah, the Temsic fragment. You're mine at last. The objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned. Yes, sir. Farewell, sir. Cecil, what just happened? The whole room had disappeared, but there's Dowd in it. Don't worry, Lynn. I bet Detective Dowd can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady. I can't believe this is happening. Now then, I better hurry along, before Cecil discovers what he's lost and comes after me. Then you know I will be his coffin. May it lay buried here in the deep sea forever. Farewell, Cecil. Ah. Good. Aha, so that's the cause of the giant explosion.
Huh? What is?
Don't tell me there's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo, it's like, well, if you've heard of a missile before, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. But different missile comes more to ready to mind.
It looks like he plans to sink the submarine with a thing. This is not good. We have to do something before the torpedo is fired.
Oh, not much I can do, huh?
I am the torpedo.
There's no time, it's gonna launch.
Don't worry, we can still find a way to stop it.
What? How?
Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do. I hope.
Why was the I hope at the end the strongest part of the sentence?
Okay, here goes. Whee! Why is there a mouse in the torpedo? Excuse me?
Came along for the ride without giving it much thought. But was this really the best move?
I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right? I'm sure this poor little rat will thank us too.
How in the world did it get in here?
Same question I have, buddy. Friendo.
The poor bean.
If these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort.
Spinning back things, right?
Apparently the spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. That must be pretty heavy.
I wonder if we can use these weights to advantage somehow.
Great, we've dumped the little creature off. Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device.
Right.
There, we clamped the safety device on. We did it! This should keep the torpedo from exploding. But there's just one problem.
Problem? What's that?
The torpedo is still going to impact. We can't do anything about that.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. What was that noise?
Looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine.
But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Sizzle, we did it! The rat is safe! Let's go! How did it even get into the torpedo? What's the matter? You still look unhappy.
We stopped the torpedo from blowing up, but we still opened up the gaping hole in the submarine.
You're right, I guess that's just what missiles do, they're unstoppable.
Huh? Am I hearing things? Anyway, I guess we'll better get back to the present as quick as we can.
Right, I'm worried about Camilla. We have saved the rat, let's go!
Managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's just slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. Water seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. I've got to get them out of here. I'd better go meet up with Lynn.
Wow.
Okay. The lights went out, but this machine apparently still works.
Good, I need it.
Unfortunately, I guess it won't run for very long. Maybe we can use this movement to help me create a path. I was fucking going to the first time.
Lynn. Come here, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla. Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what do we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Sister should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy's here too. I'm so happy everybody's going to be with me now. Come here. I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do, I think I'm going to cry. Or whimper, as the case may be. I'd better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here, before it's too late. Very cute. Boop. Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Cecil, he's here. Up you go. Ah! Yes! Uppies! Oh. I'm glad you're here, Cecil. Sorry for the wait. It looks like this room is going to fill up with water fast. We'd better get out that door as quick as we can. We won't be getting out that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. You can't open it. What? What does water pressure mean? Think of it as a force of the water holding the door closed. The water level keeps getting higher and higher in here. So the only way out of here is up, huh? Exactly. Okay, got it. Let's look for a path that goes up. Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow. Good idea. Let's try it. Oh, and by the way. Yes? I can't swim. Neither can Camilla. Do you have any good news for me? Let me think about it. In the meantime, could you hurry, please? Oof! Ta-da! You did it, Cecil. Thanks. Let's get them out of the submarine of doom and destruction. The unholy submarine. Ah! What was that? That the water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Huh? Says that the flashlight doesn't work anymore. I don't get mad at me. Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Hey, you know, you can fix it with your powers. Okay, now that's just talking to things too far. Hey, great! Did you used to be an electrician in a past life or something? That's a cruel question considering the circumstances. Now all we have to do is get to the door and be safe. Ah! Rip flashlight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come here, no. Ow. What happened now?
The submarine decided to re-up on its hind legs.
I can't believe we stood okay after that fall. Either we're really lucky or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet.
Come on now, as if the latter could be true.
What now? The water sure is rising fast.
Come on. You just have to go up to the top. Let's see who can help with the ghost tricks.
Well, I think I see the familiar flame over there. Cecil, there you are. How is it going?
How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous the situation is, don't you?
Of course, after all. I just ask anyone who knows me about how much I hate taking a bath.
Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a breath for these ladies?
Of course.
That's a torpedo. I'm unsure as to what I'm doing here. But we want to get to that door somehow. Ah! Got it. Okay, now I can get Sissel out of here too. Very good. Does this device still work? Oh, it does. These pistons sticking out right in front of me. It's almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge. Might be just that. I think you can climb them. If I wasn't holding Kamiya, I could probably do it easily. Cecil, you're not telling me Miss Lin is leave the poor Miss Kamiya behind, are you? Could you just be quiet for a minute, Missile? Those pistons sure look like they was. Ah, water. Uh-oh. Okay, I got it. Got it. Swap these two. Swap these two. Swap these two. Sissel. Go. There, how about that?
Wow, this is great. You made a staircase for me.
You better hurry. I don't think that water's gonna wait for you.
Pets. Wow.
Good pets. The water!
The water. No. Uh-oh. Ouch. Now the steam is getting in the way. It's too hot to get through.
What?
And there's no way to get around either. I think you can do something? Of course we can.
We have to. Okay, let me... down, down, up. Perfect. Nope. Nope. There we go.
Look at this. If I stop the pipes...
It changes how the steam comes out, huh?
Oh, I get it, because the cracks on each pipe are different. Right.
So each pipe sprays the steam in a different way, eh? I bet that will come in handy.
Yes. Here comes the water again. I wish I could drink it all up for you.
Oh, but it's too salty. Why does it even need to reach?
What do you want from me?
I can see the way with the steam here. Switch the pipes around so you can get across.
Yeah, but what? Huh?
What do you want from me? Ah! Great. Okay, so... it needs to go there. That doesn't help.
Would you shut? Oh, I can turn this. Ow! There we go. I couldn't turn this for some reason when Sissel started on it. There, how does that look? Looks great. All that horrible steam is cleared out of the way. Okay, it's not far now. Try to move forward. There we go. Look at there, if I can just make it to the door. We can escape. But how in the world am I going to get up there? Don't yell at me. If you want to yell, you can yell at me. Missile, how can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it? I think you just did. Let's look for something to pull Miss Lynn up with. There's something to whisk Miss Lynn up. Glide her ever so gently to the top with. Are you being sarcastic? Pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Hello. Alright, now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, raise away. Whee! More water. Sorry, I can't do it. Open it, hurry. Is that any way to ask for something? Boop. It's no use. I can't budge it, it must be stuck. Oh no! No! This way. Hello. Whee! What just happened? I can't believe my eyes. Lynn and the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea, but I still want to try and make my way up as far as possible. I still want to head up to find a single ray of light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. Save? Yes. I accidentally didn't save. Whoops. Chapter 17. Not much left now. Second to last. The upended submarine continues to sink. Slowly but surely. A long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the little lady found in the darkness and saw the water closing in on them. But at the very last second, something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? Ah, yes. I see you've managed to survive, Detective. Yeah. Best character design, indeed. Excuse my appearance, I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along?
Of course, what else would explain all those unnatural things happening?
If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? And how come you decided to save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us.
I don't really know.
Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Cecil, look at you, what happened? I can't hold up the image of myself any longer.
You can't remember who you are?
That's right. I came all this way tonight trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight I thought I was you, Cecil.
Cecil? My name isn't Cecil. I bet you'll remember really soon. Who you are and who I am, too.
What?
The man in front of me, it is not me. I'm even further away from the truth, or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind, a memory about to merge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. They got us good. It's all over for the submarine. Its engine room is destroyed. There's a hole in the hull and we're sinking as we speak.
What are you doing here? I thought you had to deal with those people.
They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Tamsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out.
You mean they figured out the source of your powers?
Yeah, the meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time.
If you don't mind, we'd like to hear more.
These 10 years, I've been watching the junkyard superintendent do his research. To think I've kind of got some of it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers. Like possessing and manipulating objects.
And in my case, swapping objects.
Exactly. Apparently there's individual differences to the powers we get. And it seems that these powers change as time goes by.
They do?
Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple.
It is? How then?
In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite, its radiation.
That's what it does? Dying while being exposed to the what does it? Dying being exposed to the radiation?
On that day 10 years ago. A fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart and I died. So of course I received special powers.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that how I got my powers too? You know, you might be right. Yep. The Tamsic remnant's still right there in that park? At the bottom of the crater? You're right. So that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation too.
Another effect the meteorite radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear.
The fact that I can return 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite.
One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death.
Replay the moment of death? This is also strange and confusing. I can't take it all in. It makes about as much sense to me as anything else.
Yeah, strange and confusing. That about sums up the object of that pierced. That about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment, my very existence is a contradiction.
What do you mean?
That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death.
What?
My body's vital function stopped 10 years ago, but my body's time perpetually stopped at the moment, just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I just simply existed, not really alive, not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me, ever since that incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day, my hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with a scalpel. So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow. Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives? As part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate.
Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping?
It all went fine. I manipulated the Justice Minister and made him issue the execution order, but I thought he might call off the execution at the last second. So that's where you wanted his daughter kidnapped.
But they kidnapped the wrong girl.
Little did I know that they hid their own reasons for cooperating with me.
Huh?
The objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Temsek. Detective Joud was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate. Inspector Cabernet and the junkyard super, they were slated to be wrapped up too. And as it turns out, I was one of their targets as well. So they stole my Temsik fragment and here I am. But they had one more final target. You, detective.
Me?
If you weren't there in the part that day 10 years ago, I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage.
Okay, but I was just a little kid playing in the park.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
10 years later, and you'd become a detective, looking into Judd's case. Tonight I invited you to a quiet spot in the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago. So of course you didn't recognize me.
Damn, his soul is big.
I took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off, and the first shot missed the mark. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan, anyway. But they had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench in their scheme. I showed up. I was supposed to meet you. I met up with them after that. But then something went wrong.
What happened?
My body disappeared. The inspector and White was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble.
But why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Temsik meteorite.
Because you were looking into the Joud case. I thought you would find out about Temsik sooner or later.
So, whoever we are playing died as well in that moment?
And that's pretty much the whole story. The only thing left to do now is wait for the water pressure to crush the submarine.
Oh no!
There are no cores that link from here to water surface.
I have an idea. We hooked up the phone line and...
There are no communication cables down this deep. They're meant for the submarine to be coffin. My coffin, a coffin for the dead. There's no escape.
I think I kind of understand now. What you've been feeling these 10 years.
You what?
This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in the submarine. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Lynn? Come here. Is it true? We're stuck here. What? If my dad was here, he bet he'd save us. Oh, come here. I'm so sorry.
That's funny. What is it, Sissel? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go all the trouble of detaching the control room?
What?
Why didn't they just steal the Temsec fragment and escape, if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison their body off to sea?
That's a good question.
But I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We'll have no idea where it was launched to.
Wait a minute! Yes, we do! This will tell us where Detective Dowd is!
The present from the Inspector in White.
That's right, Detective Dowd told me to hold on to it for him. And the bullet is still in the person's body in the command room, right? Let's go! And we should be able to able to tell exactly where it is with this.
But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there?
We should be able to figure something out between the three of us. With our powers, right, Miss Lynn? Right, wait a minute. What about a torpedo?
A torpedo?
In any case, it's way too early to give up.
It looks like Detective Dowd is our last hope.
Come on, let's get started. That is awfully silly. Torpedo room. The torpedo room, huh?
There might be another torpedo left in there. I'll go check it out.
Oh, I get it. You're going to use a missile to ram the control room.
Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow Detective Dowd up, but something like that.
We climb up to the torpedo room too. Up is definitely safer.
Okay, I'll see you there then.
Whee! It looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be one more left. I guess the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube. When it comes to missiles, you can count on me. I'll enter the coordinates of the command room with the torpedo. Boop, 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 boop. And it just turned on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now.
Okay, let's try it.
Good luck.
The switch won't budge. Maybe it's broken. But I don't think the entire device is broken though. If would probably work fine if I could only move the switch. We just have to find a way. Can do it with the powers alone.
What will happen to these 2 ladies?
I think it's up to us and our powers.
What?
It's not to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength missile?
Me? Of course I will. Count on it. Let's fucking go. Ta-da! Easy. There we go. The torpedo looks serviceable. All set on this end too. But something's odd. What is? The command room. It looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know, but I guess I'll find out. Right, okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks. I've already set the torpedo's course. It'll head toward the command room where Detective Dowd is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And then we'll find a way to come back and save you. That'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Come on, missile. Missile? I'm sorry, I can't go. What? I just can't, I'm gonna leave. I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla behind. I can't do it. Missile. I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You'll have to do the rest, Sissel. I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. I want you to go, Missile. What? But Miss Lynn! You're staying here won't change your fate. But if you go with Sissel, you might be able to make something happen, and that's the only hope. But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Missile. Miss Camilla. I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. But we'll see each other then. Don't worry. Miss Camilla. Let's go, good dog. That's a goodbye, Missile. Now are you ready? Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw the switch. We're ready. Sissel? Yes? We never found out who you really were. But that doesn't matter now. All I know is I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. I'm glad I met you, Detective. Are we going to see each other again, right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right, we promise, little lady. Of course you will. I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes then. Good luck, friend. Go! Pew! These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. But how can a ray of light of hope reach this far down into the deep sea before I can think of an answer? The 12 seconds are up. And we're in. Detective Dowd. I bet that big masked man did this. I'm going to bite him. You better not. I think you might break your teeth. The command room has lost power and is sinking. So I wonder what this masked man is going to do. Let's start to Dowd. Huh? So for the way, Detective Dowd. Oh, I, Sissel. Please excuse my appearance. I can't believe you made it here. How's Camilla? What about you, Lynn? And what about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story.
I told Detective Chad about everything that happened to the submarine, you know. The submarine is badly damaged. Why would he do that to his own submarine? I wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. You followed us. I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Chad. Are you Yumio?
Name.
So you remember me, do you? How could I possibly forget? So that's your real name, huh? Yumio. That's right. But those people that you know were calling you Sissel. That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Will you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you, right, Detective Chad? Right. 10 years ago, you were a top systems engineer, weren't you?
Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who is really good at using computers. I didn't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining the project. Project? What project? It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multidimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government.
It doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about.
To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. I bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secret might attract. I never thought for the life of me I'd ever have to deal with spies. It was never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one. And then, one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect.
I was the guy who built the core of the system.
The police arrested you, and then the incident happened. He escaped from the interrogation room
and took a little Linus hostage.
By the way, Detective Chad, when was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yumio. 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. But nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers that didn't help anybody? Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse.
I think I have an idea why they threw the body away from him. Because now that the fragment is removed, the body finally died. So, and it has a core now. So I can go to 4 minutes before his death 10 years ago. And I can technically prevent everything from happening by preventing his initial death. And I really hope that's where the game is going, because that would be fantastic.
I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it's exactly right. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. An overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. And I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. And so that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, As I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. There's something I don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them, but what would you get out of the deal? In your life. Life? I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was they helped me with the revenge plot, and the second was a rebirth for me. Rebirth? A new beginning, eh? I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul, a name, an identity, and an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally I wanted to die, surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked for. A completely man-made life. That's right. I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask the national government to help me. The response in the end was betrayal. They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Temsik was all about. I had no idea they were doing this. None at all, I was a fool. So then, why did they go to all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Temsik material from the park? They couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. I love this animation, it's so funky. Ben spittige beneden, the old pigeon guy, eh? At first the government didn't believe the report. But then they decided to put the park under surveillance, just in case. Surveillance, huh? It looks like an ordinary peaceful park, but there are armed agents there at all times. Don't tell me that old leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old person. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Temsik meteorite. And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy the park in order to secure the Temsik meteorite. So that's it, eh? So the offshoot of your grand deal was this, eh? Yeah, that's the ending I deserve. But at least it's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You've managed to see me away at the bottom of the sea forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Being Detective Jad Better Life, of course. What can we do now?
But we promised. We promised Miss Lynn and Camilla we'd save them.
We can't do that without you, Detective Jad. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. Alright, fine. Let's see where it leads us.
Here we go then. Back to 4 minutes before your death.
So, where are we headed? We're not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There was only enough fuel number to launch us away, Detective. We will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean they're trapped in here too. By the way, I am not human, Detective. Ah! I'm a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. We get it a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all this trouble to do this? There's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective.
Bonk!
Ah! Now it's time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Ah, come here. Forgive me. Damn! I like that he always ends his input animation with a slap. It's very cool. It's very fun. It isn't over yet.
It isn't?
Remember what the big masked man said? Any possibility, no matter how small. Possibility. In other words, there must be a chance here somewhere. A possibility of turning the situation around. Huh?
What is it, Detective?
Look at Ymir's shell. There's an aura emanating from his body. Of course there isn't. The Temsik fragment is gone. Could this change in his shell? Give us some kind of lead? Come on. It can't even go anywhere else. Yes! I figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they're afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped thanks to the power of Temsik. His body cycled between the moments that separated his life and death. Right, not anymore. The Temsik fragment has been taken away. Exactly, so what does that mean? I get it! Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Temsik fragment was removed from my shell, my shell became a regular corpse. So let's see, that means we can go back to 4 minutes before your death.
But wait a minute. Exactly when is that death?
That's simple. We'll find out. When we get there, let's move! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yes! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever, and then I saw it. The final death at the end of this long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all of the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now. They made a special animation for it and everything. It's so cool. Yes. Final chapter. Lechonk. Yes. I love Lechonk. It's so cute. When was Ymir's death? It was 10 years ago, when the Temsik meteorite fell. Yes! Ah! This is amazing! We traveled back through time, and now we hear the scene of the death. The start of it all is about to replay itself.
That is.
Hold it! Give it up. You really think you can outrun me?
Ah!
Now just come down and drop the weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. Oh my god. There we are. That's the player character. I had a hunch. Oh, kitten. Sure, you might get hurt. Boom. Are you okay? You're right now. Are you hurt?
You saved me, mister.
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Temsig meteorite, eh? It's beautiful, looking at it from this angle. It changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Temsig from falling from the sky, but we might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Chad? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If the meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. You might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What it did is inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, that fate will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then accept that. This will be a last battle against fate. Beyond that, there will be a new future.
Okay, let's get started.
Now, how are we gonna save you? If Lynn would just wander off somewhere. That would solve everything. When his sweet potato is almost ready. Ah, she's not gonna budge from that spot. But you know, it makes me wonder. A little girl alone in the park listening to music and roasting a sweet potato. What kind of childhood did this girl have?
Doesn't everybody have a little easy one day in their life like that? Give her a break.
Anyway, if Lynn won't budge from that spot, then we'll just have to have the fragment move instead.
It's ready.
Yes, this.
Cat. What are you doing? You're going to hurt poor Miss Lynn's ears.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You really startled her. You made her drop the sweet potato. I know how much this girl loves her food too. Anyway, at least her fate has changed, albeit ever so slightly. A bridge. Become potato!
Oh, look at that sweet potato. That big, scary sweet potato.
Is that a sweet potato, mister? That's Mino.
Oh, right, of course. But look at them. The potato and Mino. But now they're both of the same shape.
So you're saying you could swap them? Good idea, mister.
Okay, here I go. I'm going to need your help.
My help?
No, not yet. Not that one yet. Ah!
Ah, shit!
Come on!
Yes! Oh look, the lamppost is bending.
But it hasn't broken yet.
It really wondered as it snapped. Just might hold on for a little longer. If I recall, the Temsik fragment smashed through the glass lantern on this way down. But if Minos sits firmly in its way, then fate should have changed.
Let's go! There it is. Boom! And... there, how's that? Look, the fragment's cause. It changed a little.
Now Ymil's fate should really change. Wait a minute. Take another look at the fragment's trajectory. Now it's changed... what's in its path? In its path? No.
Detective Chowd! The Temsik fragment shot through his leg.
What? But the cruel test of events weren't over yet. Come on, put it down.
Huh?
Don't put the gun down now! If you don't, you're going to shoot him! I don't know if it's detective training or what, but even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down! No! I knew it. That is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands.
I won't let that happen.
Missile, the bullet is... Missile! The bullet is stopped in midair.
I'm here, inside the bullet. Now let's swab with something.
What? With what? Detective Chowd, the meteor fragment that is what made you pull the trigger. We wanted to become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. And to do that, we have to stop this bullet. There must be something with the same shape as the bullet around here.
There is! The sweet potato!
And, oh no, we stopped the bullet. But we still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed. But I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead, I'm just unconscious. Okay, so your fate of death has changed, but still. This fate is just too painful to watch in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we're overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning.
Look out!
Wake up, we gotta get out of there! Damn it, my leg won't work.
It's all over. We're out of time. Miss Lynn!
It's not over yet.
But there isn't anything else to swap with.
Why don't we just let it play out and try to find another one next time? Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse. And then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that. Why not? Sure, the fate of her death would be erased, but her memory of it would remain, like a scar on her psyche. I won't let that happen, not if I can help it.
But what can we do now, even if we work together?
I think there might be something that can be done.
What is it? What can Sizzle do? And I do?
Don't forget, I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death.
Ymil!
Sissel, your power is manipulating objects. Use the power to manipulate this. Huh? I don't get it. Just trust me, let's go. Alright, I'll try. Now gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I'm dead though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all.
Some of the dialogue in these games is just like, bruh. Mino is a menace? Yes, Mino is an absolute menace. That is the worst egg of all time.
And remember, you'll only have a split second. Okay, now do it. Got it. Now it's your turn, Missile.
What? Me? But what can I do?
I think you know the answer to that.
Okay, got it.
You can swap them. A tank of concrete will go back to its original position.
But even if I shoot them, it still be right above Miss Lynn.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'll do it. I swap them. It's no use. We can't stop that horrible Mino.
What can we do now? I don't see how getting a second or two helped. Oh, it helped, alright. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn. Him! You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute, you mean? That's right. I'm going to save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Ye gods. Ah, you're awake.
Hey, mister. Is your knee okay?
Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. I'm lucky it wasn't fatal hit, but the main thing is that you're not hurt.
You saved me, mister.
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could.
But... What's that?
This is the detective's badge. We'll give them to children who've been very brave.
A detective's badge? Oh, that's so cute!
Okay, you know what you do, little detective. Are you alive?
Yeah, sadly.
Hang on, help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I really don't know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It's as if somebody else was controlling me. I see. But you know, I'm glad it happened.
Cat! Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there.
Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray.
It's kind of limp. Is it okay?
I don't know. I think it's unconscious. That's funny. It doesn't look like it's injured or anything.
Poor little kitty.
How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, looks like his fate just changed in a big way.
Whose fate?
That kitten's, of course. Sissel's.
Sissel?
The name Sissel echoes in my head. That's my real name. These long, lonely 10 years. You're one of my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now?
Ah! The scar of the little scar of holy shit. Ah!
Old friend? I think I finally remember. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in the world. Ah. Somebody, please look at me. Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Somebody please reach a hand out to me. Ah! I just only died at the time. I'd lost everything, my life, my memory. My body wouldn't move anymore, and I still managed to reach out a hand to him. The next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to the Black Kitten. With no recollection of who I was, I lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat, and then the man got his body back. I took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to go see. Just one more time. I took control of my body and hurried to our house. But I was just a little too late. I just missed her as if she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yamil." The man named me Cecil was the name of something important he had lost along with his life. His fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Oh man. Those 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man, and there was nothing I could do for him. For 10 years I wandered through the darkness with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first I could only manipulate small creatures and objects, but then after a while I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened, and it started to get a little twisted. I wanted light. Distorted artificial light. When I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light, or at least that's what I try to believe. The shot that goes off. Yeah, it hits the bag, doesn't it? I left my old self buried in the junkyard and walked away. Oh no, it didn't. Huh. Oh, I understand! The Black Cat! I was possessing Cecil then. I wouldn't look very much like a murderer if the corpse... wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. Cecil was inside that bag and I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving a friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. What was that? Cecil, there inside the bag, was dead. What? Yeah. Oh. I wasn't able to control her completely. The first bullet didn't hit anything, or so I thought. But it did sit something, didn't it? It did sizzle inside that bag. Yes, that's when I lost my life. Right there in the presence of Temstick radiation. And that's when I got my powers of the dead. My ghost tricks. Oh. I think I understand it now. Why, I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It was because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. But as it turns out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight. If you knew, why didn't you try and stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences in the powers we get? I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there's some things that you can do that I can't. You mean? I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death. If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Not only that, I never would have just let my fiancé stay dead like that. But you're here 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. In any case, now the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. The fate of your death, the little kitten Sizzle's fate. And I can just bet you the fate of the woman you love has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So this was the last fate to be averted, eh? And nobody dies! Ah! So, Yumio, it looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, and I'm glad too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. Well, I guess it's time we got back. A new 10 years later was just born. Right, we should get back to a new present.
I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla again.
So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain, including the memories of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of dead works, eh? And no matter what the reason. There's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life. Hey, Cecil.
Yes?
When we get back to our fates, we'll no longer be interconnected. We'll be like we never met. So before that happens, I just want to say one thing. Tonight I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry.
That's already a thing of the loved past. Our fates have changed now, right, you mean?
Thank you, Cecil. I'm so very glad I met you.
Me too, Yamil. Cecil? Are we ever going to see each other again? I couldn't stand if we weren't.
Don't worry, Missile. I bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We just have to wait until then.
Cecil, I'll never forget you.
I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, it looks like you've come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little Beckett.
Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Chowder.
We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going back to our own new present.
Ah. Damn! We said goodbye to that parts of her stories that would be lost, believing that someday a path would cross again. Wait! Huh? This game is really good. Before you go back to the new present, I wanted to thank you. Before I cease to exist. Oh, it's you! Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you've forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I'd hoped. I'm really grateful to you, Cecil, thank you. But don't forget, I was on a journey to find my own lost memories. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know, who exactly are you? Fair enough, I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. You changed the fate of many people tonight. The first of which was hers. F that guy. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot in the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what would you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. The story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left. And in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out as part of his mistress, and that's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead, but how? He didn't really understand it himself, not yet anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Hey, wait a minute. He died right next to Yamil. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange entity. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the men, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with a man in red in the deep, deep sea. And then he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? He decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. Wait, there's no way. And that is the other version of the story of this night. A story that had taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh? That's right. I'm Missile. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own, so decided to wait those 10 years out. Exactly, and then at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time, I had grown old and my powers were weak, so I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Such a good boy, yes. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. But wait a second. You were able to manipulate the desk lamp. Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened, but I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. Huh? From watching the man in red, I found out these were individual differences in the powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do. Like travel through the telephone lines, for example. What? It may not seem like much, but it's a very important power. Especially if you're trying to chase somebody. But there's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before. On that night, the first time around. What? We met before? From listening to the conversations of the two intruders in the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at a junkyard on the edge of town. I followed the ghost world path to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting, swiveling desk lamp. But my first stand on end, I can tell you. That was me. So I was shot that night the first time around as well. Holy shit. You had lost your memory that time too. You just died and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just wanted to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. And then you disappeared. Away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that this time, I would use the desire of yours to mutual advantage. Mutual advantage? The only thing you were interested in was finding a lost own memory. If I could guide you along the right path in doing that, we would both benefit. And namely, the right path would be the path to the man in red, to your meal. What? I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction. And then I gave you a time limit. A time limit? That's right, as you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you would have found the truth tonight. And the man in red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that happened, it wouldn't have been all over. Then you mean the thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. Fucking hell! One of the core premises of the entire story is just a lie. You piece of shit writers. How dare you? How dare you say up something so interesting in your world building and then it's just a 10-year-old dog lying to a cat. This is unbelievable. Unplayable game. 0 out of 10. But I just wanted wanted you to use your time wisely. Oh boy. I had to admit it, but this little dog is really outsmarting me every way. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. Yay, wise doggo. And now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I. Missile, I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. And so you did. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Missile, so waited and waited these 10 long years. All for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla, eh? Of course, because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Sissel. Bye, Missile. And so the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody but us knew what had really happened in this town tonight. I made my way back to a new present. Bum, 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 bum. Whee! Huh? How come it's dark? I'll just turn on the lights here. Oh no, not again! It worked this time, let's go! Ah! Yeah. Oh, missile is so good. Good dog, best friend. Were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee! 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 It worked! Yippee! Thank you, thank you. But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made a surprise for her, but it came out so well I wanted to use it again.
It's alright, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right?
Really? Thank you, Detective Chad. Dad, you're home!
Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn, and she was just assigned the detective division today.
Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Congratulations on becoming the detective. Huh?
Something wrong?
You have one of those badges too.
Oh, this, yeah.
I have one just like it. My dad just gave it to me the other day. But yours looks a lot older than mine, though.
How long are you going to keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn?
What's wrong with it? To me, this is the symbol of a real detective.
It's been 10 years then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become the detective one day?
When he gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow.
Destiny, eh?
And now I'm a detective. I'll find out where the destiny will lead me.
That you will. That you will.
Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're the same silly little kitten.
That's right, the very one.
You know what? There's a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, and he's still a kitten. Still a kitten? Yep, he never got any bigger or anything. Wow, what a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Sissel. Sissel? Ah, it seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. Meow. I think Sissel likes you, Lynn.
Alright, everyone. Let's start the celebration.
Okay, Mom.
Chicken is...
I bet you just like me. Your destiny led you to, here somehow too. Cat. And so we meet again, Sissel. From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into the world. And I learned something. Their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected. Somewhere, somehow, in some way. And now this is my new fate. I knew it! I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives that they unfold. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while. Let's go! We now have an immortal cat to deal with. Okay, then. Happy birthday to a lovely Lynn. Like I said, it is my birthday. Hey, Missile, I thought I asked you today to stay home and guard the fort. Your birthday for celebrated together with friends and lovely ones. Nothing like it, baby. The music is so good. They're all eating. They're all so quirky. Look at little Sissel. Being cute kitty. There! Now do you, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? But definitely not good. Maybe now I can be the great detective just like Inspector Cabanea.
What kind of example is this inspector providing for his men?
The best example. The best. Oh, this song is so good too. Put your shoes on, you nasty. Here's your food, gentlemen.
Wait, weren't you an undercover agent? Memory, what are you doing here?
I heard you were going to be picking up a new member for the Special Investigation Unit today.
So you took out a part-time job here again? Just so you could eavesdrop on us?
Oh, you have no idea the lengths that go to reach my goals.
Nom nom nom. I've never got this way before. So exotic, so exciting. La di la da da.
Turmeric, coriander, cumin, tinigreek. Okay. This really necessary curry chicken?
Oh, but the very best customer requested it.
Curried chicken? Is it him? Oh, but I don't think I can eat another bite. That's exactly his very best customer anyway. Yes! It's him!
My dude.
I mean, there's a lot of money. Yeah. So this is where you work, huh, Papa?
That's right, sweetheart.
He's smiling!
Darling husband, don't you have any ideas at all you could give me? You must have heard some juicy stories. The indiscretions of a minister, perhaps. No, no, must you try to remain a friend of a darling angel? Here's to the stodgy mind of a darling husband.
He's happy! Holy shit! His face is no longer wrinkled to death. This deal is going quite well, I must say. These grapes are quite good, my man.
Do you know he's about to escape the bottom of the sea, sir? Beef for one, sir.
Egad! Keep it together, man. Are you trying to give me the case of the vapors? I believe I nearly died of fright just now.
Yeah! Love piece of pigeons. Long live rock and roll. Pigeon dude. Stop the pirate from changing ambitions! Protect the rights of those who live here! Dance away the pain. Yes. He's in prison. That long ears, Jamil. Your time's up today. The long ear who always comes to visit you is waiting outside. Do we get to see Sissel? The actual Sissel? Thank you, Sissel. Ah, this is so cute. This is so adorable. But he painted him. Ah. So I guess they didn't want to make the model of Yamil's fiance for just the end credits. That is fair. That is fine. Boop, 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 boop. And look, there they are, they met again. Let's go. I hope you liked the game. I definitely liked the game. Ah, good game. Good game. The donut. Also, excellent foreshadowing work. The writers really know what they're doing. This was done by the Phoenix Wright team, right? Let me find out. Ghost Trick. Phantom Detective. Initial release 14 years ago. Yeah. The game design was writing and direction were headed by Shu Takumi, who is the creator of the Ace Attorney franchise. Development began after the Japanese release of Trials and Tribulations in 2004. They took 6 years to make this. The goal was creating a mystery beyond what the conventions of Ace Attorney had allowed. They did. They managed. What the fuck? Hold on. What? But why? But why though? Of all the reasons, so when you start the remaster that I'm playing, because obviously this isn't the DS version. When you start this version of the game, it says re-engine. And I was like, that's a bit weird. That's kind of a bit... Yeah, so, turns out this game, for some insane reason, was remade on the Resident Evil engine. The one they programmed for Resi 7. Why? The fuck? Why would you make a 2D point-and-click adventure on the Resident Evil engine? What the actual fuck? Anyway, that's your Snick game dev tidbit for the evening. I hope you had a good time playing, watching me play this. This is fantastic. I mean, you know, I will eat up anything that is in the Phoenix Wright or Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright or Layton series. So this is in there too. I saw a post just yesterday that I'm going to send you, which was just like, Ace Attorney Ghost Trick Professor Layton is just like Super Hulock for people who like Nintendo DS visual novels. And you know what? It truly is. Anyway, that will be stream for today. Thank you for watching Ghost Trick. That gives us one less project. I will have to see what I play tomorrow. I am honestly feeling the remainder of Final Fantasy XVI's DLC. We played the new DLC on Saturday, which was amazing. And I didn't play the first DLC yet, actually, because I only bought it on Saturday, together with the other one, because the season pass is cheaper. So we might be playing that tomorrow. And then obviously we still have Ace Attorney and game names even. Raincode. Although Raincode also isn't that much longer now. I think we'll get like 4 streams out of Raincode before the ending. But yeah. That will be streams. I hope you've had a good time. Thank you everyone for watching. And good night.